Good morning, everybody. Got a decent little pullback going on. All right, let's see if we can get a read on which direction they want to take it this morning. I apparently have a head cold, so I apologize right off the bat if I sound like a bullfrog again this morning. But we will persevere. So look, both of our deltas are positive. They're trending up, and we don't want to fight that. I took a long here, just again, just a single micro based on that pullback. I haven't even really looked at the higher time frame chart. I see that we've settled back into there was a really nice tag on this quarterly VWAP last night. Obviously I wasn't up for it, but uh, so yeah, our session VWAPs started. They were still positive. Looks like they might want to push it down. We'll see here. Nothing really happened from the news. All right. I feel like I should probably get out of this and maybe start to short. So I'm going to try that. because they're pushing it down pretty aggressively, I feel like it's going to at least go down to this session VWAP. I'm not feeling great, Dave. I'm sure you can tell in my voice. I woke up like 15 minutes ago, so not my best. I wanted to come on this morning and work with you guys for a little bit. This higher time frame chart, like sometimes these horizontal levels can really mess with you, right? I don't really like the idea of shorting right back down into these, but again, we're just going to try to follow the order flow. So right now our RTH order flow is negative. Ticks both push down initially. So we're going to watch these guys right here in the middle. We're going to see what they do. If they start breaking lower, then probably try to add. I noticed that our I relabeled these yesterday. I'm not sure. I must not have saved the chart book. The volume of the trades delta, the CTD. This one should read CTD. Is diverging from the volume delta. Let me fix it. This one should read. Okay. So we flipped short. And I would imagine that we will come down to, now I'm looking at the tactical chart. We've got a low here on the trades delta. And we've got a low right here on the volume delta. Or they will reverse at neutral. So there, one of these two places, I feel like we're going to be able to catch a nice bounce. It's either going to be here at RTH, or I'm sorry, session neutral, or it's going to be here down at the lows. We will see some kind of divergence. I think that was a good call, flipping to the short side. Looks like we've got the overnight low. You guys let me know if you can see those blue lines. Like we've got this overnight low right here. Again, this is a 1 minute chart on the right. I think there's still more downside to this here. It would be highly unusual for it to go straight down in a 1 minute without continuing to go lower. So I want to see kind of a retracement, maybe back up. There's a lot of selling, aggressive selling, because it basically popped through the 1K level. The delta did. All right, cool. Somebody had said something yesterday. I don't remember who it was. It might have been Charles. But when you have, you know, a strong, okay, so right now if we look at it kind of side by side, we see that our volume delta and our trades delta are more or less in alignment with each other, and price is also in alignment with them as well. So that's a good thing, right? That I'm not going to say that these are the easy days, but when you have them in alignment with each other, that's nice because then you know that the directional push is strong and it has alignment with price, and it will be much easier for you to see the reversal when it happens. And so right now we've got good alignment. Trades delta is diverging a little bit. I would be surprised if it completely flipped positive because there's such a push. But let's watch and see what trades delta does here. I might try to add into this. I'm going to add a couple into it, just on that one. Really just adding on trades delta, kind of pushing back up here to neutral. Let's see if we can get a little more continuation down. Again, I'm not worried about the horizontal levels or anything, any of that stuff on the strategic chart at this point. I just want to price and order flow are in alignment with each other, and I just want to stay with that momentum. Right? I want to try to add on pops and things. So we're short, not great because I was initially long because our overall deltas were positive on the session, but okay, good. Okay, now let's watch and see. Let's watch and see right here. Does our trades delta make new lows? Does our volume delta make new lows? Price is making a new low, so that's good. Price is aggressively going lower. So price made a new low before our order flow did. So it's telling us that there's some absorption, right? Or not absorption, I'm sorry, but sell side limit order support, right? Because the middle chart here is showing us market order activity. And when price is going lower like that, right, tells us that there's some limit order support on the sell side. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we can another push. This is a little bit of a swing low right here from, oh, this is from the push down into the monthly, which really wasn't, looks like a nice trade right here. I'd like to come back and look at this. This is right here is where it tapped into the monthly. We'll try to come back and look at that. All right. A nice push down. Okay, now look, our deltas are hitting session neutral. I'm just gonna close that trade right there because we're hitting. So now we're hitting session neutral, guys. So the buyers are either going to step back in right here or they're not. But I don't want to hang out in that trade. I did take a small loss on the first one, just with one micro. I think it was like a $75 loss. But I kind of want to get, yeah, so we're up $153. I want to see, because we have this divergence right here between the deltas, I want to watch and see. When I mean divergence, I mean that our trades delta is above our volume delta, and it's starting to want to lift, it looks like. We'll see what happens right here. You can see that little bit of divergence between them. If our trades delta really breaks delta neutral, then I'll get long. Because we're back down, basically it's, gosh, I'm gonna have to fix it so it's not putting so many drawings on it. It's copying drawings from chart to chart. Guys, please let me know if that music is too loud too. It's kind of loud on my side. Look at what our ticks are doing too. The ticks have really kind of been rallying in the face of price here. So if we don't get a big push down in the RTH order book and it reverses from here and flips positive, to me that's a bullish sign, because it says, yeah, hey, sellers were present in the order book, but maybe they weren't, excuse me guys, maybe they weren't quite as strong as we thought. But let's see what happens here. Okay, so trades is hitting its low. Will it break? Okay, it did break. All right. Volume delta is hitting, I'm gonna buy 1 micro right here. Volume delta is hitting negative 1,000. Just buying 1 micro. Just want to see if we get a pop from this. Sorry, it's showing up. I'm drawing it on the right chart, but it's showing up. I want to see if we get a little pop in volume from right here. We're coming back down into, so on the strategic chart, we're coming back down into last week's VWAP. And then below that is a low, and then the rolling quarterly VWAP. You see how our RTH deltas are now they're back in alignment, even though when we look at it like this, you can see the trades starting to lift though. Right? So just trying to put on a single micro. No, maybe it seems a little counterintuitive, but when I think about it, I'm trying to buy when price is low. So it's always kind of tricky trying to figure out when and where that is. So now we're hitting, you're not going to see it on this chart on the right, but right here is previous week's VWAP. So this is a level where we may see some institutional buying. Might take them a little bit to accumulate something though. So we're at negative 3K or negative 3K RTH delta. So that's a fair amount of selling Right. Remember, these are actual contracts that were purchased um, using market orders. So a fair amount still. Okay. Uh, I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back, guys. But we're in 1 micro long. Um, again, just based on CVD hitting the 3K negative 3K mark. And I'll be right back, and then we'll see if we get some continuation higher, if it's going to leg down. But we got lots of room to play with. We're up about 5K on this eval account. Again, trying to get it to 20. So I'll be right back, guys. Appreciate you being here. All right, back, guys. Dave, where are you guys? You guys going to do something, or? I was just thinking too, because I, walked in to use the bathroom. I was like, man, suddenly feel a lot better, but I realized it's like the adrenaline from from trading. My son was sick the last 2 weeks, and bless his heart, he's pitiful. He's pitiful, and I don't know if it's from him or church thing that we went to, because we do my kids do youth group, and so when we go to youth, we drop them off at youth group. I see uh I see all of the dads from Trail Life, which is like a Christ-centered Boy Scouts. At least the Boy Scouts went woke. Our kids don't do that anymore. I want to point out here that the ticks are pushing up, right? You guys can see that I'm going to go ahead and put some. These linear regression end channels in CR chart are pretty neat. They work pretty good. I'm not like a big trend line guy, but nice. That'll be fun. Thanks, brother. I appreciate that. So these little things are neat, these linear regression channels, and I used to use them a lot. But if you just kind of want to get the direction of something real quick, these linear regression end channels are nice. So I'm going to put these on here, just 50 bars. Again, this is a 30-second chart, and I love South Carolina. Not nuts about the color of this though, so let me change the color. Yeah, some of you guys know that I grew up in Oregon. That's where I was raised at, but I'm more southern now than anything. I love I love the South. Everybody's just been great from all the way back to I remember when I was a private in the army, I dated a girl and from Columbus, Georgia. So I was stationed at Fort Benning, the home of the infantry, and man, her mom was just so kind, and I had not really experienced. Well, to be completely honest, I don't want to go off on some crazy tangent here, but to be completely honest, I'd only really been around drunk loggers my whole life. So for me to meet, a Southern family with, like a mom and a dad who were not drunks, who had been married for, 30 years, it was completely foreign to me. Completely foreign to me. So, anyway, I enjoy the South. Love y'all. Okay. So, I would not be surprised if we get another push down here. And I'm not really seeing any big time divergences in the order flow other than this trades delta wanting to kind of separate itself, pull away from the volume delta. And so when that starts to happen, it's just it's indicative of absorption, which is what you would expect at a previous week's VWAP, which is where we're at right now. Now we're below the quarterly VWAP, the rolling quarterly VWAP, and we're at the previous week's VWAP. And as we've been dropping, the equities side has been building, so there's been buying in equities. So it's not going to shock me if it drops down again, and that's okay. Volume delta. So look at our volume delta. Our volume delta is hitting lows. When you start seeing this, you start seeing people get kind of off sides. So the volume delta is hitting its low way before trades delta, and even before price. Price is not making new lows yet. Volume delta is. So these are, again, these are aggressive market orders that oftentimes, I don't know that we've dropped far enough yet, but with the rally that's kind of taking place on equities, it may be enough. These guys might actually be offsides here. We'll see. Nice, man. Yeah, for sure. I've got a few posts out there where I talk about rushing it. The more that you rush this, getting payouts, I'll be completely honest with you. It is it is 10 times easier for me to trade my personal account than it is for me to trade my Apex accounts and get payouts. And it's just it's so much easier. So much easier. It's lighter and it's really enjoyable. Apex feels like a grind, right? Um, but you really can. We got wholesale inventories coming at 10. That could be just enough of a news catalyst to really reverse this thing and pick it back up. Yeah, I agree with you, Dave. I really do. So our volume delta is hitting 2K, negative 2K on this session. So RTH delta is negative, past negative 3K. Remember, this one's RTH, the one here in the middle, and this one on the right is the session. So session's gone negative, and again, you guys can see that separation nicely there. I'm curious to see if equities makes a new high here. Another push down. It's okay. Like the way that blue looks. I'm going to update this here real quick. Okay, so we're getting the 10 o'clock news hit. So RTH just hit negative 4K. Kind of waiting to see if I can buy some more of these here. Let's watch how this candle forms here, and we'll decide if we want to add into this. That is a small town. That's smaller than mine. I thought mine was small. Mine was about 2,500. Yeah, yeah, that's nice, man. I'll be honest with you guys. My kids, now I'm 14. She's almost 15. I will let her out of my sight. My son's 13, and he'll be 14 in June, so he's capable. But my 10-year-old and my 3-year-old, and they do not go anywhere without daddy. I'm kind of looking at this candle. If it rallies and closes on its high, I might DCA into this just a little bit. So I'm kind of, again, it's just a 1 minute candle. I may have to do some. I like volume candles. Um, and again, I'm trying to figure out the best way to show you guys all this on stream. But if this starts to kind of break higher, then because we're at a point, so our trades delta is diverging from price ever so slightly, ever so slightly. But it may push down to negative 3K here on the session. It may come down to here. We'll see. I gotta fix that so it's not. I want the drawings to go from left to right. So if I draw something on the left chart, I want it to go to the right chart, but I don't want to draw stuff on the right and have it showing up here on the left. Okay, so kind of closed near its highs, not super strong, but so I'm gonna pick up a couple, maybe just one. Let me do one more. All right, so 3 micros, and our theoretical average is, I think, in a good spot. Right? And I'm just basing that on this. I mean, for RTH to push down negative 4K, that's quite a bit of selling. Obviously, price has fallen quite a bit. But we've got this little divergence here in trades, just ever so slightly. Oops, wrong thing. Where our trades is lifting, even though our price is falling. So that's micro absorption. I guess that's one way to look at it. So I DCA'd there. I bought 2 more micros down. So I keep things light, right? If I was in full-size contracts right now, I'd be stressed out, but we're not. Okay, so now that we're getting a little bit of a pop, right, we can take some off, and it's not a big deal. Take off one, and now look at where our average is at. It's easy, no big deal. And the account is up $390. Now, would I be looking to short this? Sure. I mean, we can look to short it. But I take these contrarian trades when they come. So let's draw a fixed range profile. Let's say for whatever reason you were super short bias. Where would you short this thing? Let's take a look. So I'm just going to draw a volume profile, basically of the kind of current price action. And, excuse me, it's not super clean, but there are some areas that I think you guys can see. Why do I not have a... I don't have a hotkey set up for extended rectangles, so let me fix that real quick. I should, I used to. Keyboard shortcuts. Tools. Would I pass it? Why do I not see the extending rectangle tool? There it is. Okay, let's do, whoops, Alt 5 or Alt E. Okay. All right. So Alt E. So we've got a, again, that's terrible too. I'll fix these. But we've got a low volume node there. And we've got one there. This looks horrid. I apologize. We're going to do it like this. So keep it simple. If I was looking to short, I would be looking at probably like these two areas, but you want to see it in confluence with the order flow, right? I'm going to take another one off. So I just sold another one, one of the micros that we took. And you want to see some confluence with the order flow. So now we are back to, on session side, you guys can see this is our session delta chart. We're back to delta neutral. And that's not a bad spot to, you know, maybe try a short. When the deltas are retesting these previous levels, again, just depending on your kind of conviction. But we're still holding this long right now. And that's primarily to be because my trades delta has been, you can see, you can just see it at a glance how much the trades delta has been diverging. I'm still holding this. I did just take some profit there. But let's see if, for those of you who are short biased right now, if we can find some place to short this thing. Price wise, we're almost back up to 25,700. I forgot to put, I got to put the price levels on here for you guys. We're back at 25,700. I do like having those larger numbers on my chart. You can see session wise where the trades delta is back at neutral. Nice little recovery there. Again, that was just based on just this order flow that I saw right, oops, really this section right here. I took that little long, or I DCA'd right there just based on that. I just realized something too. Hold on. I just realized that every other trader that's streaming their trades has some kind of like lo-fi techno beats. We're gonna mix things up here on this channel. We're gonna go with some country. And it just dawned on me, man. I want something that makes me feel good, right? So I've just turned the volume up a little bit on it. Let me know if it's too loud, but we're gonna go with some country since we're feeling southern. Hope that's all right with you guys. All right, we're holding $180 of profit on this single micro here, and let's see what happens. So some important levels is definitely going to be this RTH low on our volume delta. And our RTH low on our trades delta. I'm not closing this trade. There would be nothing wrong with you closing it, to me, based on the fact that we're bumping our head on session neutral. But I want to see if maybe we push a little bit higher. There is a little bit of a volume wedge right over here. Wish I could draw on the volume profile itself, but let me save the chart book before I forget. Hey, Katie. Can you sign on to YouTube and check the channel? Just let me know if is the music too loud? What are you using to, I'm back, by the way. What are you using to read that, Dave? I'm just curious. I want to start incorporating more options stuff into my futures trading. Okay, nice little pop. Is it too loud or more volume? I went with some country instrumental. No, I absolutely would be curious to short this thing if when we get back up here to delta neutral on this on RTH session, much more so than the session. Again, once this RTH kicks off, right, we get the cash open, all those algos recalibrate to this point right here, right at the open. And so this volume down means a lot more to me than whatever occurred in the session volume. So just FYI, we'll watch and see what happens. Still holding 1 micro right now, but we'll see what happens. But look at our, ticks making higher highs, and ES is flattening out though. So this may be it. And again, when I say ES, it's easier for me to say ES. I guess I could say S&P than it is for me to say NYSE or cash exchange. I'm going to close this. I don't want to lose a bunch of profit. So that puts us at $500, $490 for the day. Not a big day, but that's okay. We tried to go long, we flipped short. And then I'm not going to say that we'd nailed the bottom, but we got pretty close to nailing the bottom. We DCA'd into 3 micros and it worked out. All right, go ahead. Okay, I'm done talking. Katie? Huh? But can you hear it? Okay. That's pretty neat, dude. I met a guy probably 3 years ago that was taking option data from, I guess he was using Thinkorswim, and had it going to a spreadsheet that was updating in real time. Thought it was pretty neat. So we're hitting the session VWAP. You guys can see how the the S&P tick is kind of weak. It's on the positive side, but it's not exactly bursting with energy the way that the Nasdaq one is. So might get another rotation back down. We'll see what happens here. We're up 500. I wouldn't mind taking another trade, but I also don't want to stay on here well into the afternoon. I love you guys, but let's face it, staying on here all day can be a bit of a chore sometimes. You guys are worth it though. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit, see if we can. We're not really near into the areas we talked about. There is a bit of a high volume node right here, but I don't see any big divergences on this thing yet. It's a little one in volume delta, and this is back up basically to negative 500 RTH. So this could be a spot where they start to sell it for sure. Yeah, that's neat. I've only played around with Grok and ChatGPT. I think I used Claude last year for something, but I've not messed around with it a lot. But I've heard it's great for kind of stuff that we do. If I had a little more confluence with this, I'm meaning that if we were kind of back up here, RTH neutral, I would be more inclined to start shorting, but so let's see, we are now above this quarterly VWAP, and the rolling weekly VWAP is overhead. Right. So that's, oops. So we got a bundle of VWAPs that were kind of stuck in between. So that's the rolling weekly. Oops. That's the rolling quarter right there. So we're kind of stuck in between those. Yeah, that's neat. That's neat. I'd like to learn more about that. See how we can implement that. So not shorting it yet. Our RTH deltas are negative. Getting some nice separation here. But I want to see it come back up to delta neutral. That's going to tell us whether or not the sellers have some real conviction, right? Which they look like they did out of the gate. So if, you know, if an institution started shorting up in this area, you, at this point, right, for me, at least in my mind, we have to assume that they're going to add to their winners, right? They're going to continue to short the market back down. So I might put on a micro here, short, because I feel like we've come far enough up that, and I'm not doing it because session VWAP or any of that stuff's right there. I just feel like we've come far enough up that I can give myself enough room to get out of this if I need to. And again, our order flow is bearish. The S&P is pretty flat. Not, again, this S&P chart, yes, we're bullish. We're on the positive side, but not super aggressive. Or I guess maybe it is, but there's still quite a bit of selling. So let's see if we get a leg down here. So we're just short 1 micro. Now I will get out if RTH flips super positive and starts to really run, but I would not be surprised, guys, if it drops from around in here and we get another push back down to these RTH lows, because if you look at it, really they're in alignment, right? We've had this hard push down on volume delta, trades delta, price is pushed down. We really have 2 swing points, swing lows here and here, 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 and here, and all those are in alignment with each other. And we're getting back up to an area where, if the sellers are committed, I feel like they're going to continue their aggression down and then get another kind of tap back into these areas, and then we'll see some kind of divergence and then maybe a rally higher. That's just kind of my read on it. That's kind of what I'm feeling, right? Our aggression has been down. We were long initially just because our session delta was positive, but then we flipped bearish. We initiated a short, took an L on that long, initiated short, and then we started to, at least I say we, I'm really meaning me. I have no idea what you guys are feeling, but started to feel a little bullish when we got down here negative 4K. And I don't know, I think that was a good counter trend trade. I did DCA into it, but not heavy. And so now I kind of look at this as a with the trend short. You know, our trend is, the order flow is down, and just look for a little continuation play here. If you look at the S&P, right, I have this set for the last 50 bars, and again, the linear regression channel, I'm just looking at the tops on the S&P. It's been kind of angling down. So we'll see. We'll see if we. It might very well. We might be a little bit too early, but you can see the momentum's kind of tanking a little bit. I might stay on here till, well, we'll see. I'm gonna stay till 11. I'm starting to feel a little better. It's good for me to talk to you guys. My head still feels like it's in a tin can right now, but kind of feeling this country instrumental music. Not something that I listen to very often. I listen to country, just not instrumental. Little push down. This will let us know if they are serious about it. You could pull a fixed range volume profile FVRP if you are really wanting to try to get long. Huh, that's fascinating. So below 765? Is that what it said? Well, I'll be. Claude was right. So this little short is starting to develop into something. Now remember what I said about you know, getting a push back down to these levels here. Happy with that. That was a good little with the trend trade. Now I might close it. We'll see what happens here. This is going to be a big moment. This area right here, and whether or not I'm going to close that. So that was another $100. Again, on one micro. We're at $595 on the day. I'm closing it because we kind of, I guess, I don't know, a gut feeling in that we've pushed down pretty hard, but I'm also not reinitiating along. Notice I want to note that I want to see, again, I'm in the mindset of trying to build, right? So again, this is, we're doing this little eval demonstration. And so we've got to lock in profit. And it's not about being right. It's about locking in profit. And so for those of you guys that have not gotten payouts yet, when something moves in your direction, don't be afraid to take those payouts or to take those profits. You know, if it's $100, if it's $200, if it's $300, don't try to be right all the time. Now, could I have held that longer? Yeah, sure. But I've got to reach 20K profit. And right now the account balance is $5,277. So today's Thursday, and this week we've made $5,200 just trading micros. So that's $20,000 a month. And when it comes to companies like Apex, they're going to do everything they can, let's face it, to make sure that they don't pay you. So I'm really giving Apex an opportunity. There's been some bad press about them the last few weeks, with guys getting banned, can't purchase any more accounts, they violate rules, and I understand that. It's Apex's prerogative to do whatever they want. But I want to try to scale these accounts as far as I can with you guys and do it live and have fun with it. But having said that, I'm also smart enough to take $100 when you're given $100, right? Especially when it's 10:40 and we're going into lunch. This time period, yeah, there's some days you get some great moves, but realistically, once you start getting past, 11:30, things slow down quite a bit. So this time right now, I'm just, again, looking at, 10 o'clock, 10:40 especially. Like, I'm not really keen on trying to really build into a trade right now, at least. So let's see what happens if our RTH deltas begin to flip positive here. I'm gonna put some text on here and start to label these for you guys. Oh man, that's copying it across everything. Just kind of hanging out. I'm gonna update some of these charts, help it be easier for you guys to see what I'm actually working on. So if you guys have any questions, now's the time. Chart drawings. Can you guys see those chart labels? All right, cool. Hey, Cody. How are you doing today, man? Cody, have you been on the stream before with me? Trying to make them big enough that way you guys can see them, because again, I know it's widescreen. It's kind of a pain, but it's just what we've got. So now I'm gonna move the clock. Clock, clock, clock. Nice. Hey man, I appreciate you being here. How's your trading going so far? I'm just thinking to myself here. I'm hoping that this thing just drops like a stone and we get a really nice, healthy bounce out of it. That would be nice. Do you see what I'm talking about, guys? We were short up here. I think I started initiating a short like right along in here. We were short, dropped, we're up $100. I closed it and it came right back to our entry. So the thing is that we don't know, like you don't know what's going to happen. So you could absolutely, you know, be back in the short again. But just for me, given the timing of it, I'm not like, ooh yeah, let me reinitiate another trade. Um, so I want to see, and again, we used that fixed range volume profile. Remember I pulled this one for this little leg up right here. I love fixed range volume profile, but at the same time, like look at how many little high volume, low volume nodes there were right there on the way on this leg down right here. It's what I'm talking about right now. Like, I don't know. Sometimes there's some edge in it, I feel like, but you could have picked any one of those along the way and tried to take that little long top. It's just sometimes I get really nice trades out of it, but I put it up there because I know some of you guys really like it. So, amen, brother. I hear you, right? Like we're up 600. Again, it's not, I mean, it is. I was gonna say it's not a lot of money, but it really is a lot of money. If you think about it, like, so my family, my wife and I, and our 4 kids, which are 15 and younger, for us to go out and eat, there's a little Mexican place that we like to go to. And if we all go in there and we order off of the a la carte menu, right? So kids get a taco, I get just like a, you know, steak quesadilla. I've got my 11-year-old, she just likes to do cheese dip. So, but for us to go and order off the a la carte and then to drink water, we can get the meal price down to about 35 bucks. But that doesn't include the tip. And I usually give like a $10 tip. So let's figure $45 on the low end for us to go. Now there is a little hot dog stand that's been here in our town for years. And if we go there, same thing, probably 35 bucks. Now on the upper end, there's a Chinese food buffet that we like to go to, but every time we go there, it's $90 to $100. So we made $600 today, and you know, I started to say that that's not a lot of money, but when you think about it like that is a lot of money, and we don't eat out a lot. I mean, we eat out maybe 3 to 4 times a month, usually on Sundays, right after church we'll eat out. So $600 is a lot. It's absolutely a lot. And to do it from your own home, I think it's good. Pretty amazing. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. The goal, guys, is for you to fund your personal accounts. I'm telling you, once you guys are trading your own personal funds and you get it up above 5,000, 10,000, you know, and you're having days like this where you're making 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 bucks from the comfort of your own home. It is life changing, right? Because and we're doing it in a way that we're not panicked about it. We're not freaking out. I'm not trying to do these, you know, long range market predictions. I mean, you guys know I talked about it 2 or 3 days ago. I do have some purely speculative kind of investments in crypto. I don't currently own any stocks, but um, yeah, just take it easy. Get your payouts from Apex or whoever you're trading with, fund an account, and move on with your life. All right. So we can see that I just call these LRCs, linear regression channels, pointing down. ES is pointing down. Let's see if we can get a break lower. It would be nice to get a break lower. I'd love to see this thing. I'm not initiating any trades until it really kind of goes directional again and we start to, again, we get a read on our deltas. So remember what I said, this RTH low on our delta chart, look for these, okay? Look for there to be a nice divergence. Let's see, I'll stick around with you guys for a little while longer because it might play out. It may not either, so but I don't mind hanging out for a little bit. Consumer credit at 3 p.m. All right. Here we go. Just gonna delete this FBRP over here. Let's watch closely and see. I'm really watching these lows on the delta to try and get long. All right. So if you'll notice, at least in this little microcosm, since we dropped, not dropped, but falling, that's not the right word either. It's too aggressive. We're coming down gently from the session VWAP. You can see that our price and the trades delta are in alignment with each other. And our volume delta is making a higher low. I think people are buying it maybe too early. If I had to guess. I like the layout of the right half of the screen with the tactical chart, with the session deltas and the RTH deltas. I'm not happy with the strategic chart. This thing just looks like a pile of hot garbage to me. So I may have to go back to, I had open high, low, close candles before, and it just looked a lot cleaner to me. So I don't know. patient with sort it out so it looks good on the stream. I rewatch every stream, not in length, but I'm always looking at the audio and I kind of feel like maybe pulling a trigger on a long, but I don't know. There's no reason to rush it. If this actually is the bottom, we will know because these deltas will flip positive again, right? And then you'll get, we'll get a nice trade like up in this area. So we don't have to try to force it right now, even though we're back down towards these lows. Just be patient. Getting an error in YouTube Studio. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers may experience buffering. You guys let me know if it starts buffering on your end. I've got it set to normal latency, and I guess I could go with low latency, which might not, chart might not look as nice. I'm watching to see what happens with price. This is going to be telling. So we have a swing high right here in price, and we've got a corresponding swing in our delta charts. If price takes this out first, then that's telling me that there is bid side, right? So buyers, bid side limit order support. And then it's probably, that is the bottom, and we're going to go higher. The tick basically made a complete U-turn. Oh, my head feels like a can of tuna right now. Just... My poor wife, I went in there about 30 minutes ago to check on her, and she's reading, getting it doing school with the kids, and poor thing, her nose just running like crazy. I bent down to try to give her a kiss. I did not even realize that she had a bunch of tissue on her nose, and so she just turned her cheek. Still bearish order flow, right? We're still negative on the day. And they can't seem to get it back up above this session VWAP. Just kind of watching things. You're welcome, Dave. I know you weren't feeling good last week, brother, so I appreciate you being here. I'm doing all right now. I just have a headache. I have had a bunch of concussions over my career, and I've never actually. So I fractured my L2 in a military free fall accident back in 2014. But my neck, like you know, when you have concussions in your, whether it's on jumps or like airborne operations, right, or armored vehicles or falls. Like I had some falls, fell off a few things, and inevitably you end up damaging like your C-spine, right? So the upper part of your spinal cord or your spinal column. And so the problem is that part of my C-spine is straightened. So I'm pretty fit, but I still have like sleep apnea, and it comes from that straightening of that C-spine area. So my wife loves me to have a mustache, so I'm rocking one of those like old school fighter pilot mustaches, and I can't use the CPAP machine. I mean, I guess I could, but I've done it before. But what I have found that works the best is just simply taping my mouth shut with like medical tape. But with the mustache, I can't do that. So if I don't get myself positioned just right when I fall asleep, I feel like that my headaches come from the sleep apnea. And of course, it give me a bunch of medication and things like that for the headaches, but I don't want to take any of that garbage. So that's why I'll wake up and I'll be a little bit headachy. Thankfully, it's not nearly as bad as it used to be. It's gotten better, but so the headache along with the congestion and sore throat, not at my best. We're good enough to make $600 though. I'll take that. This industry is such a mess, I'll tell you. I've been kind of thinking, and I don't know if Wolf is still on or not, but he's been kind of helping me out, figuring out what I want to do with this thing, spec ops trading. And lately I've been kind of thinking, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I'll do like again, I know some of you guys are vets, but maybe I'll do something where I just help vets get into trading, trading their own money, and help them to provide for their families and do it for free. Like, just do it for free. I honestly would never ask a vet, like legit vet, honorable discharge, DD 214 vet, to pay for anything. I was thinking that I would do this coaching, but honestly, it's not really I just don't have the time. I can't allocate the time in my personal life to spend, 2 or 3 hours a day with an individual. I'm sure you guys can relate to that. I want to see this thing drop. Let's drop down so we can get back into a long. I love this banjo, bluegrassy kind of music. I'm going to play with this over here while we're... All right, Dave. So you'll be back, I guess, on Monday? Y'all have a safe weekend. Enjoy yourselves. I'll have to play around with it. Maybe I'll just do like some black and white or something over here. Looking like it wants to drop. Just tinkering with these charts here so I can get this to display. The way that I want it to. Oh, I guess there. There we go. It's looking heavy. Okay, just gonna leave it like that for now. Not sure why it's displaying zeros. I'll have to look at the formatting of it. Position-wise is not exactly where I want it to be, but this could be, that could have been the bottom. I don't know, this is kind of hanging precariously over the edge of this, but that might actually be the bottom. Which is, I don't know, a little bit surprising to me. think I might just try one micro here. Long. Kind of want to see. Let's see what price does. I'm going to watch this next. I like to zoom in on these swing points. These little swing points. So I'm looking at these three areas right here. That high, and this high. If price takes out this high before, then we know that we've got bid side support, and we'll definitely take a long. So let's see what happens here. I'm going to zoom in. This is it. I'm gonna take it. Try along. Right here. I like this. S&P is rolling up. Good. And if it's not the bottom, it's okay. We'll just get out. Yeah, see, price reached that higher first. I'm gonna think about adding. I'm gonna add into this a little bit. Just go into half of full size. And then basically our stop is going to be right here. So we're half a full size contract. Let's see if we can get a pop. And if it breaks down, it's okay. We will look to trade down here near these lows on the Delta chart. I'm going to turn off these LRCs on this side. Just hide them for now. Yeah, I like it that ES is kind of building. Looks to me like it's our S&P kind of building. Showed a lot of aggression right here. Both S&P and Nasdaq. A lot of aggressive buying on equity side. And we're kind of running into lunch hour here, so once you commit to trading through lunch, then you've got to kind of just trade through lunch. Nothing like buying the tippy top of a swing. Oh, you gotta love it. We just never really know what it's going to do until it's like really extended one way or the other. When it kind of is choppy like this, it's hard to get clean reads. All right, so if they push it down, back down to these lows, that's okay. We'll take the L on this. And then we'll reset here. This is what happens if you play in an accumulation area. Which is to be expected here around this, oh, excuse me, this weekly VWAP close. I feel like we're getting closer to a break here, one way or the other. Now, yesterday, I talked to you guys about the 70% rule, and here I am breaking it the next day. Probably should have just gone in with one micro until I was certain that this was going to hold. Sorry, if it does break down, then we'll just take the loss. And I don't think I've got this size in the account to DCA down with 5 micros. So I'll give it a little bit of room, but I don't want to take a big L. These deltas are starting to kind of compress. Right? So one of two things, right? They're either going to break lower and kind of retest, I think, these bottoms, or they're just going to pop. Either way, the deltas at their lows is not a bad place to try to start getting long again if we have to. Might get a little bit of a sweep of this one. So let's watch these candlesticks form here. I really like a candle that pushes down hard and then closes on its highs. But we'll see. Ticks are coiling as well. S&P wants to make a new high, it looks like to me. But the Nasdaq is still kind of coiling up. Watch this candle close on its highs. Pretty close to it. On that 1 minute. I know it might be hard for you guys to see it, but not convincing enough though for me to DCA into this thing more. I feel a lot more comfortable just taking the loss and then hoping that it falls, but it may actually hold here. Let's see. Let's see what the ticks tell us and what the deltas do here. They swept it just a little bit. Now there certainly are some actual stops right here, given the recency that price was in this area. The trades delta can start to break back above 1K. Then I will add into this. That's the thing, it's just sometimes you just get jerked around a little bit. Ticks making highs. That's kind of the all-time, but not all-time high, but that's the high in the tick chart. I kind of want to give this one shot at DCA in here. Kind of feeling like it. And then if it just goes below that red line, then I'll probably need to just get out. But I'm gonna wait just a minute here. Let's try. I'm just going to go down, I'm going to go into a full size here. So we're one full size contract. That's our theoretical average. If it breaks below this wick, we're going to get out. You turkeys. All right, closing that. And that's okay. So we took an L there. Basically, we were up 600. Now I think we're down 300 on the day. But that's okay. Let's reset and let's look and see what happens now. I feel like we're going to see a push down here to the lows. I'm going to start there we go. Good, good. Okay. I'm going to start building into a new long position here. Just because of how close we are to the lows in our RTH delta. So again, just there was a little too much size. It's all right. Bad read on my part. But we might very well get a sweep of this low right here. And then rally out of the hole here. So now we're down 300 bucks. Up 600, down 300. It's okay. If our trades delta starts to make new highs and goes back above this 1,000 level, then I will absolutely size in, because that's telling me that the order book's flipped, at least locally flipped, not completely flipped on the day. Volume deltas making new highs. So they are aggressively buying it. I'm going to add in. Okay. Volume deltas. I don't know if you guys can see it on your end, but volume deltas making a high. So I'm going to move this off to the side. Let's see if we can get some follow through with the trades delta here. We're basically back where we were at, and that's okay. I don't want to take another stab at it. on trades. Let's get some follow through here. Really watching trades delta right along here. Hey, Katie. She in the shower? Ticks streaming up here. Let's see if they pop it. Yeah, if the trade delta breaks, that's kind of our confirmation. Yeah, if they kind of. Yes, I like the way this looks, but I'm going to wait. We'll wait for a pullback, okay, before we add into this. We're just going to hold this. I'm going to hold this until we get a healthy rally and a pullback. If this holds, if this is it, then this will pop through session VWAP, and I would not be surprised if it goes back to at least. So we're just gonna hold these 5 micros for now. See if this actually is the bottom. Looks like the order book wants to go that way. Up. Kind of a Steppenwolf vibe here. Did the channel change? I wonder. Hold on. Let me see if it's still country hits. Yeah. All right. See if we can actually start breaking some structure here. The order flow is breaking structure. You guys see that? So this right, so our order book is breaking structure, but price is, this is still the swing point right here, this one. So the order book is pulling price up, right? Pulling price up. Also, our overall market has been going up. So let's go with the order book. So now they're kind of in alignment with each other. But I'm going to hold this. I'm going to hold this, hold this, hold this. This was a little tricky down here because it's kind of like this double bottom formation. Let's see if we can get a real lift and some momentum higher. It may rotate back down, but for now it's going up. I'd like to see a nice rally, nice healthy pullback, and look to add heavily into this position. Maybe not that heavy, but at least another 5 micros, I feel like. We will not let this come back against us. But meaning that I'm not going to let it come back, and if it comes back to break even, just get out. And I'm not going to, I can't afford to let it, you know, flop over and take another loss. At least another big loss. So I'm just going to give it some room here. Let it do its thing. Still have a few people watching. Again, I appreciate you guys being here with me this morning. I probably should have just gotten off when I was up 600, but I kind of committed. I felt like it was going to drop a little more. I thought that it might sweep that low from 10 o'clock. It didn't quite do it, but again, trying to get the account passed. I don't feel pressure, but there's an incentive, right? Because I want to get to trading live funded or simulated funded on PA account they've had, and so I don't mind sticking around a little bit, trying to put in the work, right? Trying to put in the work to get the account to the funded stage. Then we can take our time, right? Absolutely, we can take our time. There's no rush once your account is funded. You've got to protect it. But we're in our theoretical average is in a decent spot, so we're going to give it some room. While this thing is going up, I'm going to work on these fonts because they're kind of bright. Not bright, but it's kind of giving me a little too thick. So that's gonna be too small. You guys aren't gonna see that. might feel like maybe they're wanting to add. This is not exactly where I was wanting to add. I'm hoping to get an actual break of some serious structure. Pushing back now, it's okay. I might add a couple right here. We'll go to one full size again. If it starts pushing down against us, then we'll have to get out. That's just simply kind of based on this pullback on the volume delta here and the pullback on the tick. Things have been bullish since right along in here. Just kind of hoping that it continues to make these, you know, these higher highs. So this is basically like an initial entry again. If their buyers are serious, then it should take off, right? From right along here, we are, oops, we're basically, let me erase this. We're basically at a 50% retracement of that leg up. So last tick reading was about 800-ish. So we want to see the tick pop to like 1K. If it's going to go back to the open or higher, it's going to have to put in some strong buying. I like the way this looks, but again, this is not, Charles asked me a few days ago, what's an A+ setup? This is not an A+ setup. We haven't had quite, this is more playing in the weeds right here with the big boys, so let's just see if it holds. We added into that. I'm not going to let it go against me. The ticks need to put in new highs right here. I like this. The S&P's wanting to put in a little bit of a newer high. Nasdaq is carrying higher. If we can get a break of this this session VWAP, it'll probably run. But again, it's just hard determining whether or not they're going to. Okay, so this is great. We've got S&P making a new high in the day. So on the equity side, Nasdaq's making a new high. We're up at 9. I need to put some value indicators over here as well. So it's got all of the reasons on the equity side to go higher, but it's got to break this through this session VWAP here. Kind of want to take some profit. I'm going to take some. So that way, I think that's just a smart thing to do. We were down 300 after that L, and now we're back to up 300 by locking in that profit. And now we've got, again, a really nice theoretical average that we should feel good about. That if it does really start breaking structure higher, we can always add into this. But this is a bullish sign for sure, right? Our tick. So that was a good call to add right there. This is kind of tricky price action, right? Because the price action's a little on the wonky side. I'll have to circle back and get all of this text to play nice. I just want to see how it looks. When I rewatch the video, try to give you guys as much information as I can. All right, let's see. Buyers, y'all gonna step in and take us up, or what are we gonna do here? Okay, nothing will surprise me at this point. Could absolutely push it back down. You guys can see how strongly our ticks are angling up. So the overall market's going higher. Just a matter of whether or not the futures want to go along with it. Oops, sorry. The button. If it starts breaking down, we'll just get out, kind of reset. Hope that it takes out that low at 10 o'clock and bit of a battle. This is what happens a lot when you clear the market during lunchtime. Get caught up in the accumulation process here.
All right, we'll just wait and see what they do with it. Some aggressive buying definitely came in. I don't know if it's enough to really take it back up just yet, but maybe it is. Might see a little sweep of this swing low to the left here, and it's okay. I don't mind giving it a little bit of room. S&P making a low on the tick. Nasdaq tapping into kind of its neutral area. Back to zero. I feel like we're poised to pop higher if this is actually the low of the day. That's the thing, is that the big players, you know, they really try to conceal their intentions until the very last moment. So when you trade like this, you're often getting some of the best entries, right? But you're also taking it can be difficult buying the lows, right? Picking the bottoms, catching the falling knife, whatever you want to call it. It's definitely a different skill because this is not trading with the trend, right? You got a 50 EMA on your chart or SMA and you're trying to buy with the trend. The markets are so dynamic now that, yeah, there's some times when trends are nice and clear and clean and you can hop on, but there are so many days like this where it drops like a stone for an hour, hour and a half. It goes through this little accumulation process and then just goes right back to where it started. And I don't care who you are, like that, that's not, like if you're just a purely price action trader, it can be really tough. Would really love to see our RTH deltas flip positive. Yeah, getting a little breakdown here in the Nasdaq tick. I was going to say that price held against that though. That push down. I don't know if you guys caught that, but we had a strong push down in the tick right here, and price just held. So this might actually break now. Again, I'm extroverted, so I'm just literally rattling off ideas as they kind of come to me, and I'm observing them on the chart. Please don't think that I'm necessarily making a stand one way or the other. wicks are basing out. Looks like they're setting up for another pop to me. Get rid of. I don't know if you guys ever watch FT 71, Futures Trader 71. He's a old pit floor trader, and at least I think he was. Don't quote me on that, but he's been around for a long time. He does like a daily trigger bite, I think is what it's called. But he talks about a lot about campaigning. Like campaigning for a position, fighting for the best theoretical average that you can get. And so that's kind of where I picked up this style of trading, at least my entries, and not really using hard stops and just trying to stay flexible in the way that I trade. I guess I should credit him for that. Just kind of waiting to see if this holds. We're up $300 now. It's either going to roll over and give us a nice push down, or it'll stick and go higher. So if it pushes down, then that's a good thing. Probably late, a little late for me to short it, but I do like the idea of picking up along back down here at RTH low on our Delta chart. We can get some good alignment between the two of these. Being in a good spot. Good spot for a nice long roll in the afternoon. Got enough time to let it play out. Definitely a lot of pressure on the equity side. Yep. Equities looks like it's breaking down. So I'm going to get out. Might put on one micro short just to see if we get some continuation lower here. It's kind of looking like it wants to. So it'd be nice to get some good alignment with the sweep of this low in confluence with some lows here on the Delta chart. Maybe watch a little divergence form and we build into a long. I would be more aggressive on this next long for sure. the S&P pop there, kind of feeling like they might start getting in line with each other and start going now. So I flipped again. Let's see if we can get some follow through on the order flow side. Maybe we can add into this.
trying to get wrapped up here. All right, looks like we're getting a little pop in the delta. Delta is it's interesting. We never got back down to RTH low. So it's just an unusual kind of day slash divergence. It could very well still do it, but I feel like we're gonna pop through here. So RTH wise, we are still price is making some new highs. We're still a little ways away from delta neutral, so I expected that if it is going to rally, that this will come all the way back up towards here. Should get a nice push out of it, and of course, again, they can always step in at any moment. Like if the ticks are holding. So let's see if we break and go up. If you look at price and we look at the same swing high on the delta chart, price is quite a bit further up its current location. So that's telling me that there's absorption. There's bid side absorption all through all of this, right? It really started down in here. And so we just, we're not in a big position, 10 micros, but it's enough to put us up almost, take a little bit of profit there. So we're, we could be off almost $1,000. We took that one L down here that kind of set us back a little bit, but we went from being up 300, or I'm sorry, up 600 to down 300. So I just kind of tried to chill out after that and recover some of that. So now we're back up to 600 profit, and we're in a good spot. We got a full size. If the order flow really starts popping, we could definitely get back up here, towards the open. See what kind of reaction we get right here. You can see the delta just screaming in, positive delta. Don't fight that stream, right? So let's see if the session delta possibly could break positive here. RTH delta, we're still negative. I'm just going to peel off a few contracts. I like to lock in profits on these as much as I can. Right? Trying to get the account passed. Gotta pass it to move on to funding. So I'm gonna hang out here for a little bit, watch this thing, see if these deltas can get back to neutral and how high they want to take it. But having said that, it's one
I've hung out on here for probably 2 hours more than I wanted to, but that's just kind of the price you pay when you know, trying to get an account funded. You're feeling a little bit of, again, not necessarily pressure. I don't know if that's the right word, but I mean, you know that you need to get it funded. So that means that you need to trade. I'm sure you guys feel some of that too. But let's just give it a moment here, see what it does. We're back above the session VWAP. Let's see if it holds. If it doesn't hold, then I would imagine we will rotate back down and take that low out from 10 o'clock. See if it actually holds. See if the buyers get serious here.
I thought in order to amplify it. Hi.
You're looking strong. Couple of 900 readings on the Nasdaq, and we're up about 400 on this position here. Try to hold on to it for as long as we can. We're kind of in this, we're in this balance area. You guys can see it on the right. Right, so it's fighting out of this area, fighting to get its way out. If it goes out, let's see if it pops out. Where is our next? Might have to go to a 5 minute. But basically, that's kind of what we're looking at. We've got like a low volume node up here, high volume node from the overnight session. Right, let's see how serious they are about this. It's tempting to add, I'm being honest. But I'm gonna wait. I want to see it actually really show me that it wants to break out of this balance area here before I get too crazy on sizing. Are they really committed to buying it? Because it could just as easily rotate back down, and we get our little double bottom here at our lows. And that'll be just fine too. We put in a good candle here. Let's look at the candle, how it forms. Does that one push down? But if it closes at its high, nice hammer candle, I might add in until my theoretical average is below this. Yeah. Sure, we're gonna add in to right there, and if it hits below that, then we're gonna get out. And I'll probably be done for the day after that, because we're up almost 600. So let's see if this sticks. Call that a trigger bar. Nope, not looking good. Give it just a touch of space here. Not much more than that, though. That looks like it's probably going to break back down low. It's tough. Let's watch the deltas. Streaming down, price is still quite a bit higher. We might drop down a little bit more. See those deltas streaming down like that? So I want to see them hit their lows and bounce. I take a little bit of heat on this, but I still feel good about it. So we have an absorption divergence that's happening here. And that's kind of why I'm sticking in this thing, because we go from this swing point in our trades delta down to where it is currently. And we go from that same swing point on our volume delta to where it is currently. And then we go from the same swing point in price to where it is currently. This is absorption. So we have aggressive selling, right? But price is higher. Price is higher, so this is absorption. And if you're trying to get long from a low, this is what you want to see. Doesn't always hold, but it might be just enough. And we were already kind of detecting it before, but it might be just enough to actually hold and get us out of here. I mean, all of this is present here, so let's just see what happens. We're not in too terribly heavy. Maybe if we get another kind of trigger bar formation, I'll add in again here. Let's just see what happens. So we've got presence of absorption. We're getting ready to hit this getting ready to hit our lows and our delta. So let's just watch it. I don't mind taking a little bit of heat on it. So we're watching to see this candle. Okay, So there's the trades delta is almost at its low. I just see it time and time again. I got some good bounces. Kept talking about the RTH lows. I should have just waited until it got down there to them. Kind of waiting to DCA into this again. Okay, it's okay. It's okay. Okay, so they're tapping their lows. These trades is I'm going to buy some here. Because we still have the absorption. Let's see if it's enough for us to climb out of here. Yep, we got some good absorption. Just kind of watching this candle form. If it forms and pushes down and closes at its high, I'll add some more. Our trades delta is at its low, and our price is significantly higher, right? So we've got this is our low. Our RTH low is right here. We're back down there trades wise, but yet our price is up here a lot higher than our trades delta and our volume delta. So guys, this is absorption. It's hard to play in it sometimes, but nevertheless, it's there. Let's see if we can build into a better position here. Without taking so much heat that we blow the account out. We've still got some room, so okay. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm going to cough in your ear. The tick is making hard push down. Pick up a few more contracts down here. Trades delta or volume delta is hitting its low. This bar closes on its high, I'll probably add again. Yep. We're gonna add again. Pretty heavy. Try to get our average in. Not insane, but obviously I can't continue to just DCA down into it, but we've got enough room here, plenty of room in the account to give it a shot. If you guys can see the divergence, I'll draw it over here on the session chart. This is what it looks like. So we have price holding higher. In the face of aggressive selling. See if I can get another little rally. I'm gonna start taking some off, just because I don't want to have to DCA again. See what our PM is going on.
So we're at $925 in profit on the day. Just peel a little more off here. Get our theoretical average in a nice spot. So we've got, we're now up $1,100. And let's see what happens. Let's give this thing a little ring. Got this nice take a little more. So we had to take a little bit of heat on that. Okay, we're at $1,867 in profit today. I don't know who's watching right now, but it says that I've got 2 concurrent viewers. So who's still with me? God bless you guys. I appreciate it. Take some guts, man. Gotta have some guts in this industry. I want you guys to see, though, how powerful these levels are. This RTH delta level. I gotta fix these so they stop drawing on each other. This RTH delta low, right, on both of these. Man. So let's see if they're going to actually get aggressive with it now. And I'll take some more off. I like to try to lock in as much profit as I can. Now we're at 2 full size. And if I close right now, we'd be up 2,300. See if they've got some follow through. Got a big balance area right here.
Seeing if this sticks. Still holding this. A little pullback. See if it will make a new high here on this 1 minute chart. Deltas are making new highs. Not big highs, but deltas bottomed out and bounced, even though the price is higher. So kind of feel like hopping off. I've been on here for a lot longer than I thought I was going to. And our viewership has waned. Got one exceptionally loyal customer that's still here. I appreciate it. It's always so interesting to me. I'm looking at other traders and their streams, and hmm. So interesting. Still got a good bit of absorption, so I feel like this thing's gonna hold. This is it. I don't have it on here, but I would imagine that the VWAP is shifted down. We can actually get out of this little balance area here. It will. I like it that we've tapped into, again, our RTH lows on the deltas. Just a matter of are they actually going to start buying it aggressively, or are we just going to keep playing this accumulation game? Still holding 15 micros here. The order flow is definitely building. Looks to me like. Picks are pretty neutral. off.
Another 5 micros here. And kind of feel like probably call it because it's almost 2 o'clock. So yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. We finished up. Let's see. Let me. Of course, as soon as I get off, it'll pop. So we finished up. I closed that trade. $1,988 today, bringing the account balance to $6,700 on this eval, and I think $6,700 for 4 days worth of work is pretty good. But I'm gonna hop off, and again, not feeling great today. Congested, head cold, headachy. Not my best trade, but it worked. So I appreciate you guys being here, and I will be back on tomorrow. Let me take a quick look at the news, see what's going on. Tomorrow, January 9th, we've got a few red folder events, hourly earnings, non-farm employment, unemployment rate at 8:30. And then at 10, we've got consumer sentiment and inflation expectations. So that's where we're at. And I'll be back on tomorrow morning. I'll try to get on a little bit earlier. I slept in this morning. I was a mess. So appreciate you guys being here. And God bless you all. Hope you guys have a wonderful day. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much. Bye.